Hello there, guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punt, and we are in Blender 5.0.1. But the normal thing is, well, something out of the normal is that I'm in Unreal. You may be wondering why. One of the past few streams had a regular viewer that's been concerned about the scale of the environment in Blender and if it matches up in Unreal. So today I made the Unreal project, and I just wanted to quickly show you guys how the world that we've built in Blender translates to the Unreal Engine. So what I've done is I got all of my, where I've got all the organization in here, I duplicated every object and then moved it to its own collection, kept everything separate. I applied all the transforms, and then I imported those assets into project. 1 second. So I brought all of those assets into project. So at the moment it's filtered by materials, but you can see down here we have everything in there. What I had to do on the materials is on the glass pane, for example, this MF Fong to metal roughness, that was plugged into, oh no, sorry, I do apologize. No, that was for the that was for the metallic. So what I had to do was change the blend mode to transparent, so that we got the glass pane being transparent. And same for the trim on in Blender, we have these colored sections of metallic. So what I had to do was unplug the metallic and just set it to 1. So that's actually given us a shiny looking material, as you can see there. But anyway, I just want to show you how it feels walking around the actual environment. So the great thing as well, keeping everything separate, is I can, like with the capsule collider on the player character, it was actually getting stuck underneath the pipes. So I can basically select any part of the level I want, and I can say, right, they can walk through this, they can walk through that. At the moment, the doors have overlap all, so that will be the case, and there'll be a trigger box, quite a big trigger box. So where this panel is here to here, it's going to be a big trigger box. So you enter it, the door goes up. But it's really nice just walking around and actually seeing the game. So yeah, it's really fun. And what we're going to be doing this stream is we're going to be modeling our planet, because in the maintenance area, I wanted to be a bit of a, not a horror, but I wanted it to be a little bit scary. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off modeling a planet, because I wanted to have like a planet in the distance, like a kind of big red planet, almost like Mars, but kind of like the moon. So just with like craters and stuff. So it wasn't meant to be Mars, but similar. And then obviously that red light would beam through this this window. That was the idea with that. But it's really cool just walking around the scene, just seeing everything. I'm really happy with how it's translated across. So yeah, so that's the project in Unreal. So what I'll do is I'll just save that, and this was just, like I say, just to test that the scale worked fine, and it does. So I'll probably remove all the assets I've imported, because we're going to be creating a lot more. So what I can do is delete this scale export. Oh, what I'll do is I'll just delete all of those and then bring back all of that. Okay. Right, so we're going to be making the planet. So if the maintenance is on the right. Now, what I've got my graphics tablet plugged in, and we're basically going to be sculpting a sphere. We're going to make it super high detailed. We're going to do our craters, then we're going to decimate it. Because remember, the style I'm doing in this game is low poly. So getting the planet done is going to be awesome, and then I think we'll move on to the lights, because I think it's important that tomorrow when I'm at uni I can start adding light components to the static meshes that will be the lights, and I can basically just play around with the lighting, make sure that looks really cool, and then we'll go on to moving some props. So I've got a whole list of props. I'm not going to show it on screen. Actually, I could do. No, I won't. It's a. There's different areas. There's 4 different sections, as you can see. So yeah, we're gonna model. I'd probably like to do section by section, because we've got 4 sections. I don't want to make one for like the science and then go to the office, do something there. I'd rather stick with one area, make all the props, move on to the next. And then we've got the the containers and things that will be the lootables that the player needs to search for the purpose or objective of the game. I'm waffling. I do apologise, guys, and I apologise for the slightly longer start at the introduction. I normally start talking and doing the intro around 1 minute after the intro. So yeah, I do apologise. Just wondering, props. Okay, so this I'll probably put this. I'll make one called Misk, because it is a Misk item. It's a planet. It's not part of the ship. It's exterior. So we're going to Shift A, and we're going to add a UV sphere. Oh, so why am I pressing F? I'm pressing F to focus the view. Right, let's just. Where has that gone now? Where's my sphere gone? No, Shift A, UV sphere, and we're going to make it. Yeah, we'll go 128. And then what we'll do is we'll move it just over here, and we're going to scale that to it probably wouldn't be that close. Let's just do 20, and then we're going to go into sculpting. Okay. I need to get up my hotkeys. It's been a while since I've done this. Sculpting. Change brush size. F, Shift F, brush strength. There was a. I want to do like a crater, scrape fill. Sculpt mode, edit mode. Remesh. No, that's not done it. What was the sculpting? Right, show voxel size. I think it did do it. Right, what tools do we want? Right, so I'm going to need to be on my tablet now. What is that? Blob. Okay. So, if I hold control. Okay, so holding control does it the opposite way. But then if I just do it normally, it brings out these warty looking things. So we're gonna F. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start with the big craters. And then we'll go around and do some smaller ones. And I've got an idea what I want to do for the rim. So when we're happy with this, what we'll do is we'll probably select the edges around the craters and give them like a little kind of extrusion bevel. Right, so now that I've got like a cheesy looking planet, what's that, the name for the cheese that has all the holes? Right, so I want to do some kind of clay stripes. That's a bit pants, that one. What was that one? Clay stripes, more aggressive. I'm just testing out the different tools here. Oh, that's interesting. What is that one? Draw sharp. What does this one do? Layer. Plateau. Does that look a bit pants? Now, bearing in mind that the player will most likely not see this, it's just adding a bit of detail, a bit of something. Draw sharp. What's that do? Okay. If I go quiet, guys, it's because I am kind of got my mouth open, concentrating here, kind of thing. So basically, where we've got these deeper kind of cuts in the planet, I'm trying to make those look like ravines. I haven't done sculpting in so long. It's really nice having the graphics tablet on, just drawing away, creating a world, sculpting a world. Literally sculpting a planet right now. Right, I think we've got most of those. Oh. That looks pretty cool, guys. That does look pretty cool. It's like a cheesy, golfy planet. Now I could do something really cheeky. I could put in my initials, like the game developer's initials on the planet. That would be pretty cool. But I'm not going to do that. It's tempting, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. Right, so now if we go to layout, I'll put the graphics tablet pen down for the moment. Right, so we have we'll label this as planet. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to recalculate normals. Recalculate normals. Where is that? Okay, right, so that is a lot of tries. So I think what I want to do is just quickly add on the colour to this. I wanted it to be like a red planet. It's not going to be metallic, and it shouldn't really be shiny, but I'll put that up to 8.85. That's kind of the colour I had in mind, actually. Okay, so now we go to the modifiers. We're going to decimate. not for that. Let's go 0.05. Let's go 0.4. Ooh, gotta go 0.2. Let's go 1.5. I think that should be... That looks pretty decent to me. 3,000 tries for a planet that's meant to illuminate the light across there. I think that's... that looks pretty good. If I did 0.1... 3,000 tries. I think we could work with that, actually. Yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry, hold on. Let's apply the modifier. And then mesh normals, recalculate outside. That's the only one. Right, where are you going then? I'm confused. Where is that? Okay, so that one's going there. Oh, it already had a... How annoying. There we go. Right, so if I was to move that, no. There we go, fixed. Okay, so we have our planet. So now what I want to do, basically the craters, I want to give like this, obviously the surface color is this red material, but where there's these, what are they called? Ravines and craters, I'm basically going to select around the edge and I'm going to do a bevel and make it prominent from the surface, or pronounced from the surface, and then we'll give the interior color a slightly lighter color to show that, you know, it's like if you break into something, it's like a cake. You have the top layer, and then when you cut into it, you've got different layers. So that'd be a nice way of showing that. So let's start with this crater. And like I say, guys, this planet that I've made, it's meant to be this really cool planet that just kind of, it shines this ominous light into the maintenance area. And that's why I specifically designed that with 4 viewing windows. I want that to be a bit of a scary area when you're in there. So it's quite important. Right, so if I do Control B, so if I bevel it, if we gave it a cut there, and then individual origins. No, not that. Not extrude. It's extrude size, I think. Nope. It's not quite what I had in mind. Okay, so if we went 2 then, so Control B2. And then that looks cool. Okay, next one. Is there multiple lines there, edges? One edge. It just looked like there was multiple. Okay, that is quite a crater there. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to select that there. I'm just going to merge that there. We'll leave that actually. So Control B2. Select that. This is looking awesome. I love it. One up there. Control B2. Just like that. Never made a planet before. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. So I haven't got any reference images of planets. I'm literally just doing this as I think the planet should kind of look. What is going on there? I mean, where it's been, where it was so high detailed, and then we've come in and like, there's got to be a few bits that might need tweaking. But overall, I mean, it looks pretty good. What have we got there? Multi-edge. Right, okay. So... Oh no, actually, sorry. So we need that. Could we just move that there? crater. Do this one. What's going on there? Oh. Hold on. What is going on there? Oh, this is looking really cool. What have we got going on there then? little one. This one. Oh, we've got a big one here. Alright, have we got the majority? Still a couple more. To be fair, I could probably do that. How is the planet looking now? I think that's maybe the last last one there, maybe. Crater inspection. Oh, dude, this looks... I'm really happy with this. Right, we got just 2 more That's more a ravine, that one though. Won't take long. Okay, so what I want to do... do we need to have it on the ravine ones? I feel like for... Is that one I've missed? Cheeky monkey. Cheeky monkey. I think maybe the ravines don't really need it. I was going to do this same kind of extrusion. Sorry, no extrusion, just beveling around the ravines. But I feel like maybe they're okay as they are, because they're quite deep cuts into the planet. There's a naughty edge there. I can see it. Yeah, if we were to add those kind of those lips to the ravines, that might be too much, because what we can do is we can still kind of add that detail in, but I think I'm pretty happy with that. Right, okay, let's go into the shader then. So if we had, I need a sip of my coffee, guys. 58 minutes making a planet, Jesus. Well, to be fair, the first 10 minutes of the stream was showing you guys the space station and the Unreal Engine, so I don't think that's bad going on time. I can unplug my monitor now, the graphics tablet, sorry, bear with me. There we go. One second, guys. Uh-oh. I can take off my X-Pen glove. Little modelling glove. Okay. Right. So we're not going to go too crazy with this, because the player will see it from outside there. Oh my god, that looks so cool. Oh my god, can you imagine seeing that outside of that window? Let me just see how that looks. Dude! Oh, that is cool. That is so cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the lip, the bevel lip for the ravine bits. That looks really cool. Okay, so we're gonna bring this down. So we'll call this planet surface. And then what we want to do. Oh my god. What we want to do is basically want to select these crater lips. We're going to add a new thing, assign it, and then if I took planet surface, duplicated that and called this planet crater outer, and then okay. Ugh. Oh, what's going on there? Maybe it might be easier for me to visualize if I just select all of them. Right, is that all? Another sneaky, sneaky. Oh, there's another one. They keep showing themselves. This is what I mean. Having them all highlighted really helps me. Let's see if I've missed any. If we go that way. Alright, now we'll do that rotation. I think, pretty sure that's all of them. So now we go planet surface outer, assign. And there we have it. All of the craters have that same darker lip. So now, what we want to do is we want to go inside and we want to do that, assign. And if we go for planet surface, copy it and call it planet crater, maybe. Why have I called that? There we go. If I select the colour of that, okay. Oh, this looks so cool. Still a few more to do. probably do is cut down on the tries a tiny bit. Not a huge amount, but right, any craters we've missed? Let's just do a 360. Okay. So now what we're going to do, we're going to see how these ravine sections look with that same redness. So basically they've not got the lip that the craters do, but it's like a oh my god. Oh, dude, it looks so good. Oh, I love it. I love modeling. It's so fun. Welcome to Planet Doom. Ready Player One reference there. If we've got any Ready Player One fans in the audience. I'm just gonna do, I'm just actually gonna move that like that. Okay. I'm gonna move that one back there. That's better. Looks so cool. I feel like what we could probably do is right, we're almost done with the planet, guys. Oh, that looks awesome. Planet Doom. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Ready Player One lately, so... What's going on here? Naughty, naughty. What are you doing there then? Oh, I got a tasty crater here, guys. Very tasty. Another one. We're almost done. There's quite a few. There's quite a few craters dotted around. Another one here. I think that's all of those ones. Right, let's let's have a look around. So I'm not going to bother with these really tiny ones. Okay, now we're going to do 360. I'm really happy with that. I feel like if I was to add the bevel lip to the ravines, it would just be a bit too much. I quite like that the craters have that. You know, like if there was an impact for a meteorite, you know, it would do that, like, impact, and then around the impact point you'd have that beveled effect, whereas these ravines are kind of more like rips in the planet, so structural integrity kind of thing. But I'm really happy with that for my planet. I think that looks freaking awesome. I think that looks so cool. Oh, baby! Oh, that looks freaking awesome. Let's just... I want to get a picture of this, guys. Just give me a minute. Oh, that is so cool. Do the render. Oh. No, I don't want to render. Okay. I'm happy with that. That's the planet done, guys. Let's just do a... Yeah. So... That's so cool. And what I can do is I can have that, like, slowly... I mean, you could potentially have it orbit the... no, you wouldn't have it orbit the space station, would you? It would be cool to give it the slowest rotation, though. And then what we would do is obviously have something else like. But anyway, that's the planet done. Planet Doom. Oh God, doesn't get old. Okay. Right, we've done the planet. What did I label the stream? Let me just check, guys. Planet, props, and lights. So planet done. I want to model some lights now. That's quite important. And then the props I'll probably do after I've got the lights. So I've done a little bit of research. I know the kind of lights I wanted. I'm not going to go too sci-fi with this. Like, I haven't really looked up sci-fi lights. I've just looked up standard lights. So basically, if we go top down, our atrium is kind of like a chill area. It's kind of like the lounge. So I was going to have a different type of light for there, different to the rest of the level. And then I was going to have, I think for the maintenance, I was going to have like a square light kind of dotted around. Now, until I've got this in Unreal and I've got the light components and I've played around with, you know, how it looks, the atmosphere and things. I mean, it should still be really good. But I was thinking square lights for the maintenance. And the great thing about this is I can choose which lights are going to be on, which are going to be off. Like, I can assign the light component to whichever ones I want. And then I can also, I planned on having some of the lights like flicker, like on and off. So I was going to give them, like, create a timeline for them that would control, like, the, you know, the brightness, like, creating that atmosphere. So we'll go square. What I'll do is, if I do the annotation, if we do square lights, and then atrium is going to be circular. And then, so square, circular. I think for the office, I'm gonna go kind of and then the hallway. Now the hallway is a whole new kettle of fish because I was thinking like some kind of rectangular light. Like something like oh my god. Dude. Doing that by hand, it's just like being in paint. Now science. It might be quite cool with it being science, if we had like... no, maybe that's too weird. So we've got dome light, square light, rectangle, circular. Tricky. Oh my god. Oh, just makes me laugh. Okay, that's nice. So I've got something to know which ones we're making. Okay, so we're going to make a new collection then, and we're going to call this lights. We want them to be completely separate. That planet looks so cool. I'm so happy with that planet. Right. I feel like I want to start with the corridor lights first. So basically, they're going to be well, the square light is basically going to be similar to the rectangle. So basically, the rectangle will be a longer version of the square light. It's going to be very, very simple. Just need to decide on the placement of them, because here I wanted to have like an extractor, an industrial kind of fan. I just had this vision that with the light coming in from the side and the fan blades moving, it will really it will just look really cool. Tell you what, let's do the square light first. So if we did it as a square, a cube, and then yeah, let's do that. So what's the size on those? 200 by 200. Okay, so I feel like I want to label them by their area, not their shape. So light maintenance, light atrium, light corridor, because that way when I'm in Unreal, I'll be like, okay, cool, right, these are the lights I want to play around with. It will just be a bit easier instead of just having them labeled by shape. So we're gonna shift a cube, and then we're gonna G on the Z, bring it up. So that is 200 by 200, and then okay, 200 by 200. Is that too big for a light? It feels really big for a light. What I'm just going to dupe these and put them where I feel they should go. going to be a pain in the arse with those pipes. Could have that one there. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. One. So yeah, I've put the lights different here because we've got the water pump. But to be fair, could have it decisions. That's in line with that one. All in a row. I feel that's a nice layout for the lights. Oh, dude, that planet's so ominous. I love it. So cool. Yeah, I'm just concerned about that pipage. What we could do is if we got our cubage and if we scale down to what is it? It's 200 at the moment, isn't it? So if we did on the X and Y, if we put it down to 150. Are you joking? Scale, Shift Z, 150. Scale, Shift Z. That way. Okay, that looks good. I like that setup, and then I can pick which lights I want to flicker, which lights will be off. I feel like that's each little section here is 3. We've got light up the back here. Okay, that's cool. So that's the position. If I now if I got all of them, and if I went snap to edge, and then if I did a G on the Z, they should now all be touching the ceiling. I feel like what I should do is we want to leave those in place so we know what I'm going to do. I'm going to dupe that one, and we're going to call this light maintenance. It's in the same place as the first one, so what we're going to do is we're going to model our light. So let's get the plane, the face, sorry. That feels a decent size actually. And then what we're going to do is we're going to inset that face. Sorry. Inset. We'll inset 10, and then we will extrude on the Z. On the Z? Jesus. Extrude Z. 10. And then what we want to do is get that and scale 0.2, no, scale 1.1, 1.2. Hold on, I thought I selected, I'm on the edge, why is that not? Why was that being weird? Okay, that feels like a nice enough right, the ceiling is white. If we just turn on the ceiling, I'm not too bothered about the trim going through that. Okay, what kind of colour? So the ceiling in here isn't It isn't like the rest of the level. The ceiling in here is kind of like a steel ceiling, or aluminium. Sorry. Welcome to the stream, Long Arm. Oh, Long Arm, have you seen my planet? Check out the planet I modelled. Planet Doom. What colour do I want to go for? So the light material. Got to think about this because if all of the lights, the atrium lights, if we just have a look at the atrium lights are more decorative, whereas the rest of the area is more kind of functional. So I think the atrium lights, we can make them look nice and colourful, quite different to the others. But with these 4 other lights, I feel like maybe we should like a chrome light with like a white panel. So we can delete this top face because we don't need that. Let's try that. So this is the... Oh, nice. Yeah, this is my planet. So it's basically the planet is what's going to be visible from outside the space. It took an hour to model. I sculpted that in the sculpting tab, giving it craters, ravines. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I'm really excited to I'm really excited to play around with the lights. I've got such a good kind of just a nice idea for that. Right, let's do our lights. So if we select all, we're gonna do a new slot, assign, and I'm just gonna call this Chrome, and we're just gonna create a metallic. Oh, bear with me. I think that's an advert. Give me 1 second, guys. Right, so we want... Hold on. I'm gonna call this one... Ugh! Sorry. We'll just call it light panel. Quite like the chrome look. Okay, so hold on. We have assigned that one, haven't we? What does this transmission do then? Nice. I'm happy with that. Just turn that chrome down a little bit. Right, so now we have our maintenance light. Remember I was saying about the cube? See, at the moment the maintenance light is there and the cube is there. So what we're now going to do is it should be able to snap onto the position where I put the cubes. So there's 11 there, and there's 11 there. So now, what I can do is I can just move those over there for the time being. And then we can tilde and see how it looks. Yes! Awesome. Feels a decent size as well. Like, they feel a nice size for illuminating the area. Obviously we can play around in Unreal to get that light looking just right. But I'm happy with the size and the simple look of it. It's not meant to be fancy, it's meant to be functional. I mean, yeah, I like that. Just wondering if we should bring up the let me just test something quickly. If I went with 1 and if I just brought it up 10 centimeters, it's a bit of a thinner light. So if we sorry guys. So you see the thickness of that. It's almost too prominent from the ceiling, whereas this one's a bit more embedded. So I prefer that thinness to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to just delete those. Oh no! Actually, if I just bring these bad boys back, so there, and then delete the ones that I duped, and then ugh! No! No, 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 no! Dude! I just did Shift Tilde. Thank you. Oh, that's much better. You see how thinner they are now? That's much nicer. Not too prominent. It was just a bit too thick before, so just lowering that or bringing the size up 10 centimeters has made that look a lot nicer. Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I love this. Creativity, the creative juices are flowing right now, guys. Right, let's get rid of that. We've done maintenance. Look at that planet. Planet Doom. Has anyone seen Ready Player One? Please tell me you have seen Ready Player One. It's like the best film ever. Okay. Corridor lights. The corridor lights are rectangular. So they're going to kind of be like the ones we've just made, but rectangular. So what I should be able to do is just move that across. I just need to go for a quick bio break, guys. Let me just, I will be back shortly. Just a quick bio break, and then we're going to do the rectangular lights. BRB, baby. I'm back, guys. Right, let's get back to it. How are we doing on time? 2 hours into stream. Sorry about that little break, guys, but when nature calls, you've got to answer that phone. Okay. We're doing rectangular light now. Now the question is, do I want it going in horizontally that way? Or do I want it going lengthways? Like, do I want it going that way? Or going that way? I feel like if we had it going lengthways, I feel lengthways might be nicer for this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to dupe our maintenance light. Oh. And we're going to rename this to corridor. Corridor. I'll spell that right. CORR. That feels like an American spelling. Oh, it is. Okay. Alright. So light corridor. So if I scale that on the Y, and then if we duped it, Oh no. So that ends fine. That one. Okay, instead of having them what I'll do is I will got an idea. So door is there. That's nice. It was just too. It was too many. It was too many sections of light. I feel that's nicer, just having a longer section. And what we can do is we can tidy up that stretch maybe, or what we can do actually, because there's too much of a chrome end on that. I like the length of that much better. So what we're going to do is go 3. Nice. I feel like that light needs to come down a bit. It's a bit too sunken. I know that the light here, it works on here because it's a wider space. But I'm thinking for here, we can bring the light down a little bit. So better. Much better. Lights in this section. Right, we've got corridor lights and the maintenance lights done. Okay. Could we put the lights Oh, I know what we could do. Where we've got the ceiling, basically, we could put one like here, 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 and here. Because there's gonna be like a portal type effect here on the hub. So that could work nicely. Let me just grab a light from maintenance. I was thinking something like that. Yeah. So we'll call this light hub. Hopefully that doesn't clash. Woo! Okay, so what I can do God damn. Oh, it's tighter than a duck's butt. Oh my god. Woo! It's so close. But yet so far, it's not touching. It's not touching, guys. Oh, so tight. It's not touching. So just a rejig, a bit of plumage there, guys. A little bit of plumage. And the lights are all good. Okay, so we've got the light hub. So if I save and turn the ceiling back on, and tilde, we can see how that looks. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, so it's ever so slightly over the lip of that one. That's a little bit annoying because that one is within the trim. So those two are fine. That's gonna bug me, that is. It's gonna bug me. So what ones is it? It's the ones that are just there. So, the question is, my pedigree chums. I mean, what we could do is just get that and G on the X. and go 10 centimeters across. I know that's ever so slightly off compared to the symmetry. It's 10 centimeters off on the symmetry, but it gets it off of the lip. So if we just see how that looks now. There we go. See, it's not touching the trim. I don't think the player's going to notice. It's only me as someone that it would bug me. We could actually probably move it 5 so that's, because you can see that that's thinner. This is thicker than that, and again, it's just going to bug me. So we're going to go G on the X. 3. I think 3. I wish I didn't have OCD and give a toss about these things, but I try to be a perfectionist, and I like things to be, you know, just right. And look at that. There we have it, equal spacing, both sides. Nice. Okay, I like those lights. I feel they look really good for the hub section. I don't feel like we need to put one in the center, because we're going to have this hub device where you kind of take the aliens back to, and yeah, I didn't want that. That section's kind of meant to give off a glow of its own. It's going to be like emissive, so we're not really going to need a light in the center. So if I turn off the ceiling, you can see all those little red sections now are our lights. So right. Right, so science. If we've got a curved rectangle, right, I'm just thinking about the placement here because we've got the pipage. If I went vertically, so let's just use the annotate. If I did something like oh, that's going to be a bugger with that white pipe. How's the ceiling look? Okay. Oh, that's a bugger. Why does that one have to be... Oh. That pipage goes over there, doesn't it? Jesus Christ, I can't. With the mouse. Oh my god. Apologies for the bad drawing, guys. That feels like that would be enough light. Would I need that bottom one? So you come from a lit corridor to that feels a nice distribution of lighting. And remember, I will have some working, some not, so I mean, we could always pinch a square light, but I kind of like that I have the lighting unique to each area. I know that the hub has the same as the maintenance, but we just needed something in there, and that fits within the space. I feel that would be enough. Like if you were coming from outside, going in, you would see some lit area as you're going through the door. I don't feel like we need a little spotlight in this kind of section here where we have the grates. So what we need to do is this pipage, because that crosses with that, what I'm going to do I'm going to shimmy shanger it across. We're going to bring that across so it doesn't um, nice. A little bit of plumbing work, guys. We shift it across and it's not conflicting with the ceiling trim. It's not in the way of the light. Yeah, that feels good. Okay, so we've done a bit of plumbing. Nice, this is looking really good. Okay, so how am I going to do this one then? If I was to take, let's just check. We have, what I'm thinking I'm going to do, guys, is once I've done the lights for science, office and atrium, I think I'll stop for food, and then see if I've got a couple of hours where I could probably do some props, because the fact I'd have the lighting complete would mean I can bring that into my Unreal project and I can experiment with the lighting. I do kind of want to do that on the stream though, that's the only problem. Because I don't I'm at uni tomorrow for like 6 hours? 1 till 12, 1 till 4. Yeah, I'm at uni tomorrow for like a chunk of hours, so it's kind of like I like the capturing the development process. So the work that I do tomorrow, I kind of it's just a shame because I don't want to lose. Yeah, I mean I can put the lights in and experiment with it, and then I can replicate that at home, I guess. So I could use tomorrow as a experimenting off stream with light components and just seeing how it looks, and then I guess it would make it a faster process for at home when I actually live stream the lighting. So that's not a problem. I need another coffee though, guys. So give me 1 second. Let me just go boil the kettle. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Alright, let me have a look at my lights in here. Now, all of the lights have the same kind of chrome. They all have the same chrome look. And I like that. The only one that's going to be... Actually, no. I can keep the same chrome look for the atrium. Yeah, that's not a problem. I know how to make pipes. I've done quite a lot of pipage. I'm really happy with that process. The only thing I've not done, which I think I need to do now, is to kind of take an existing light and essentially curve the edges. So if I took a maintenance light and then brought it up here, put that there, labelled this as, this was called Science, wasn't it? This was Science. Would I call it Science or would I call it Biology? No, I'll call it Science. So if I call this light Science, because science is the umbrella for all things like biology and everything else. Right, just gonna make me coffee. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I think if I took a break for food after doing these last 3 sectors lights, I should have at least, or potentially, another 2 to 3 hours where I could stream making the props, because the lights are quite important. If I just so what I want to... That planet looks so freaking cool. Oh my god, that planet looks awesome. Oh, I love it. That's so cool. Sorry, I can't stop looking at my planet. Okay, so what we want to do is This is something I've not done. Is there a way we can kind of... What does vertex crease do? Cut into selected items at an angle to create a bevel. Okay. We could see how that... Don't think that's what we want to do. Oh, that's annoying. This is something I've not done. I'll tell you what. I know what I want to happen. So I guess if we get this into position, 100 centimeters there, 100 centimeters there. How's that looking on the ceiling? Ooh. Well, we were going to bring it in a tiny bit. If I just dupe that. Okay, so we could make the length of it, we can make it a bit longer, and I was going to scale it in by a smidge anyway, and that would keep it within the trim boundaries of the ceiling. So let's delete that one. So maybe not 100, if we did maybe GY50 and GY minus 50. And then maybe GX25. Okay, that's feeling like a nice light, but I wanted to I wanted to smooth those edges, so How would I curve that? If I had two cuts there. That's really annoying. Just wanted to, I mean, do I need to give it a curve? Am I being a bit too fancy here? I mean, that is essentially similar to, maybe I'm being a bit too fancy here with the white. Maybe it's fine as it is. Maybe the curve was just a little fanciness. The lights here match the maintenance. This is kind of... I mean, if we think of it this way, right? If I was to rotate that 90, it's kind of like a not as long section of the corridor light, but wider or thicker. So... I guess with the curvy light, I was just thinking it would be quite nice because it's science, and I mean it is different in its own right to the rest, so maybe I'm being a fancy tart and I don't need to do that. So a fancy tart. Ta-ta. So if we turn on the ceiling, that's within the trim. If we do this, we can just check it out. It's a nice long light. You would want the science area lit nicely as well. You wouldn't want any mishaps in the science lab, that's for sure. So let's move these into position. And they're within the trim. Oh, that looks nice. That's nice. That will do for the science lab, I think, guys. We can get rid of those cubes that I've got over there, because those were basically just the placeholders. So we've got light corridor, light hub, light maintenance, light science. Yeah. So now we can scrub a dub. Get rid of that. This is really, really exciting, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I also like that the lights are kind of quite focused around the middle section there, because it has the it's got the it's going to have like the the plants inside that soil section. I am feeling like I want to model the science bay first, or at least what I feel should be most important is to model the containers that the player will need to search. That is quite a key component here, because the whole thing of searching for the creatures, we need to make sure we know the scale, and then we can kind of make sure that when we're modeling the other assets, that we know we've got enough space to kind of work with. So I'm happy with that. Sorry, I was just checking that those lights are within the trim. Okay. Right, let's put on a... I'm just going to save the project. Shall we do the dome lights next? I feel that's probably the most easiest. So, oh, this is going to be easy. And I've got a nice idea as well. Okay. Okay, so the dome lights, guys, these are, they're going to be quite straightforward. Right, so the dome lights are, they're going to kind of be, well, not cylindrical, yeah, no. I know how I want to do these. And what we could actually do, we could actually use the torus, I think, and then just give it a face in the middle. Yeah, let's just do that. That's very straightforward to do, actually. So where we've got the ceiling, looking at the other lights, and with this being an office space, we've also got the desks there. We also need to be wary of, it's a shame that we can't see that glass directly from above. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark where those glass sections are. So that is... So we've got the glass going there. And then we've got one going there to there. Let me just use my fingers to... So one, and then 1, 2 across, 3 down, 2 across. So 1, 2, 3, and then 3 up, 3 up. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. 2 across, and then 2 down. So 2 across, 2 down. And then what is that? 2 up, 2 up. 2 up, and then 2 up. And then 2 down. Oh, hold on. What is going on that one? Okay. So 1, 2. There's a reason why I'm not annotating these out, guys, is because when I position the lights, I want to make sure that the areas are illuminated correctly, because I'm going to have desks by these panels. That was kind of the idea with the glass panes. Okay, so that pane there is a little bit weird. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to erase that. So it's basically on this bit here, but then it's half and half. So basically like about there. Perfect. Okay, so those blue lines mark out where the glass panes are. So now we can decide, okay, how big do we want our dome lights to be? Bearing in mind, we've got the trim of the ceiling to work with. So if we now turn on that ceiling, what's going on over there? Oh, that's the door, isn't it? I think. Right, think about this. So with these areas, if I just quickly talk about the office itself, I wasn't gonna go for your kind of traditional long desk and a chair. I was gonna go for a bit of a futuristic. I've got a kind of futuristicy. Is that even a word? I was gonna go for a futuristicy. I'm just gonna go with it. A futuristicy desk and a small table. So it would basically be this kind of thin, almost like, you know, you have those invisible stairs or invisible shelves where they kind of just stick out, almost like they're floating. I was kind of gonna go for that with the desks. That was the idea. I thought it'd be quite cool. So that's what I was going to go for. And I know if we don't want any Z fighting. Anyway, we also need to consider the player's ability to navigate the area as well as the AI. We don't want them not being able to move between areas. So and also this is why I'm also thinking about the lights and desks being illuminated. So let's just think here. And how big do we want the dome lights to be? Are they going to be massive? Okay. So this section is split into 3x2 large ceiling panels. With it being an office space, I feel offices need to be well lit. And I want to do something quite funky here. So, what I'm thinking of doing like a big light there. Big light there. What are we thinking? I'm thinking that on this side of the glass, basically here, 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 we can have a workspace. And then on this side, we can have a workspace here, and a workspace here. So that leaves this middle corridor. This middle corridor would essentially be the easiest obstacle-free section for the player, potentially. And then this bit, this section is going to kind of be a zigzaggy kind of orientation, and the same, kind of the same for this one. Like the player would like have that obstacle. It's quite nice thinking about how the player navigates the level and planning that, the office space, because I know in my head how I want each area to be, bearing in mind the AI robot that will also be in that same confined space, and it will create some kind of really fun and traumatic areas as well. So I definitely want a larger dome light for these areas, and the reason why we have the ceiling highlighted is so that we know the light fits nicely within the ceiling trim and it just feels like it belongs, which is why with the rest of the areas and we've been doing the lights, we've been toggling the ceilings on and off to make sure they all fit nicely. That's a point. Oh, I think I have already checked these ones. Let me just toggle that on quickly. Yeah, it did fit. I knew it fit, I was just checking. Okay, back to this one then. I'm not too sure. I know I want a larger light because we've got a larger ceiling panel here and here. It's tricky because we've got that glass pane. So I'm just wondering. Okay. What about if we had a larger dome light for that section, but then for these smaller sections, fudge cake. Jesus, I cannot draw circles with freehand with the mouse. Okay, we don't need to make those, maybe not make those other ones as big, because that's just going to look a bit daft. So they're kind of in the middle, aligned, so it's really annoying that I can't do a very good circle freehand with the mouse. Oh my god, I don't know why I'm bothering to make it so perfect. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I feel like that's nice because what I've tried to do here is where we've got the workspace, I've positioned these ones so they're illuminating the workspace I've got planned. Now this one's good. This workspace is gonna have, the light might slightly be off, but the reason why I've done that is because of the ceiling trim, and there's also going to be the light here. I mean, what I could do is for this section we could just have a dome light that's twice the size, so not filling the entire ceiling capacity but being central to that, but twice the scale of that. So if I do a times 1, if we have a times 1 scale, and then that one is times 2. This annotation tool is so handy. I've found it so useful when I've been modelling the pipes, using it for the direction of the pipes, and making notes like this. It's been such a useful, a really nice feature of Blender. Oh, that planet looks so freaking cool. Oh my god, you know what we could do? You could almost have like this. Oh my god, I'm sure I could do that in Unreal. Oh my god. In Unreal, there's like this. It's a light. Oh my god, you could almost make it look like there's a light coming out of the cracks in those crevices. But with that, no, you don't want that because it's a planet. Like, but that's a really cool afterthought. That is a super, super cool afterthought. Okay, so going back to the job at hand. We're almost done, guys. We've done the lights for science, maintenance, the corridor and the hub. This one's not going to take long at all because once we've made it, once we've made the ×1 scale, we just do the other ones. Oh, I was also going to basically replicate one of the lights, potentially the science light, and just plonk one or potentially 3 lights down here. So you'd have 1, 2, 3, just to fill this section here. Right, so what I'm gonna do, this is gonna be easy enough to do. I'm gonna go for the torus shape, I think it's called the torus. And then we're going to manipulate the verts to fit the theme or the style of the other lights. Then we've already got the materials to copy across. Because remember, all of the lights with the chrome and the plating for the light, I'm mimicking the style. And I might actually do the same for the circular light. The circular light is, I know how I'm doing that. So what am I gonna do? Right, if I make it to the scale, so if I go to the lights, if I turn off the ceiling for the moment and yeah. Right. Yes, it was the torus. Excellent. What does the minus segment do? Bearing in mind that we're going to be deleting the top half. Oh, that might be nicer to look at it from, not from there, but here. Do I want to go 6 or... I think that will do. 15 segments. Enter. We'll click off of that. Hold on, what is... Am I upside down? Oh my god. Right, sorry. Oh my god, I was completely upside down there. Okay. So we're gonna name this as Light Office. We're going to need to give these all prefix as well of SM for static mesh. But that's pretty decent. If I just have a quick look at the other lights, so yeah, that's only got a face. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the object, we're going to go straight on, we're going to go to the tries here. And we're going to and then we can add a face there. Interesting, if I did it up the top, oh no, it's fine. So we've got the kind of dome look I was kind of going for. So now if I come out of here and if we're basically going to move that snap to the edge. So we're going to go G on the Z and snap it to the ceiling. And then if I turn on the ceiling, I think it's because, yeah. There we go. And then interestingly, if I was to turn that off and then if I was to move that again, but on the edge, and if I turn the ceiling on, voila! As expected, because I shifted that higher number of verts down, it's perfectly snapped to the ceiling as I thought it would. So now what we're going to do is we're going to just move this into position. And yeah, that's basically what I had in mind, position-wise. So what might be nice is if I actually just give it the if we just go into the shading, so we've got the chrome and the light panel. So awesome. Okay. So, what was the light that had the... Was it this one? I can sort out the height of that in a second. What I want to do, or the depth, should I say? What I want to do first is, if I just go side on, and if I choose don't want to. So that middle face would change with it. So the scale's right. I'm just trying to get that lip sorted. So if I... What light? The question is, what light? I think all of them have the same kind of the height they're at. So I think if I do that, then it's gonna feel a bit more consistent. I think where I've got this, it's the lip, isn't it? I think if I gave that a cut there, and then if I did that, and then GG'd, and then and now we have, I feel, what was missing. Okay, that's great. So now I can select those, come out of there, and then so we're snapping to verts at the moment, so all we need to do is G on the Z to that. So now the height, all the lights have that same consistent thing, and we know that the size of that is correct. So now what I want to do is we basically want to get that, no, let's get that, and that, And we're basically gonna scale these. What are we thinking? Point. .25 is looking pretty good. So scale shift Z 1.25. And then what we can do, I feel like 0.4 edge slide is pretty much in the middle of that edge. It feels pretty in the middle there. That feels quite nice actually for a light. So that was light office. So now that we've got that there, we're gonna dupe that and just move that there. If I actually turn off the ceiling. Okay, what was the... Right, okay, got you. Oh, dude! Oh, it's so good seeing it, like... Oh, it's amazing. Now... What we could do is we could add more of those lights like here. No, actually, I feel like that stays enough. Right, so if I turned on the ceiling, and then if I scaled Shift Z, so it doesn't go up on the Z-axis, but we're basically making it bigger. 2. Oh, it's perfect. Is that too big a thing? So that's got the trim. No, it isn't. That's definitely the same height. I prefer it with that that flat look. It just didn't look right with that with the verts going up to create a kind of smooth, a bit of a beveled curvature to it. It just didn't match the rest of consistently with the style of the other lights. It just didn't align with that. I think it was just looking a little bit odd for me, so I feel like I might sort the other lights out as well. So if I just go to the other light and do the same there. Better. It's all about consistency. Ugh. Okay, and then the light I wanted to dupe for that section over there, I think it was the science one. Yeah, that's exactly what I had in mind. So light science 6 is actually going to be right. Shall we have a walk around the office sector and see how it looks, guys? Ah. One sec. Sorry about the throat. Okay. I'm feeling... I feel like this bit will be too illuminated. And not enough light from this section here. So what I'm thinking is if we are on the 90... Hold on. Yeah, if we are on the 90... and then took the G... I feel like that... Yeah, let's give that a look. Let's give it a go. Okay, so coming into... So coming into the offices, we've got a large light here. I like having a large light in that fills that that ceiling. It fits lovely within the ceiling panel. It just fits really nicely, like both ends. It's just a nice kind of opening section to the office, because working environments need to be well lit, H&R and all the rest of that, health and safety. So I like that, and I like that the 3 columns, or rows, sorry, are nicely illuminated. And then going around here, where you have like, you know, you might have like something down here. So what I'd probably do is I'd maybe put something on this section. Like you could have, we could have some kind of wall storage here. So we could have like cabinets on the back panels here. That would be a nice reason as to why is there this section in the offices? Well, out of the way of the working area, this could be the storage area. So like I say, we could have wall cabinets and we could give them like vents. So like, in like, oh my god, I know what I'm trying to describe here. I know how I would do it as well. They would basically be vertical wall cabinets, kind of like school lockers, high school lockers, but with vents at the top coming down, and I know how I'll do it. But I'm really happy with that for the office lighting. I think that's really, really nice. And you can imagine like a patrolling robot in this area, and with a few of those lights not functioning. Like they're going to be flickering. Like we could have one of them like going pss, 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 like flickering on and off, and then we can have the sound for that light. I've done sound. It's like, oh my god, what's it called? It's like the radius. There's a word for it. The radius at which you can hear that sound. We would have that as well. It's honestly, it's going to be so good, guys. I'm really excited to. The audio design and the lighting design of this is going to be next level. I'm really excited. So if we just do a fly through, we have the science lights, we have the corridor lights, we have the maintenance lights, we have the hub lights, office, which leaves that just leaves us with the fanciest of them all, the circular light. So this one is going to be, I've got an idea for this one, and I think it's pretty cool. And if we just have a look at the roof panels, I am starving, guys. Yeah, let's have a look at the panels. So I'm gonna have to do the same with the glass here to make sure that we know where the glass panels are, so that the lights don't clash with the glass as well as the ceiling. So right, we've got 2 across, 2 down. So 2 right, 2 down, 1 right. 2 right, 2 down, 1 right. So 2 right, 2 down, 1 right. 2 right, 2 down. Oh. I've got it. 2 across, 2 down. Right, and then that's going to be... They're all the same, I think. Okay. It might actually help if I turn off the floor here. It doesn't help one bit. Okay. So, 1, 2 up, 2 across. Okay, successfully annotated the glass frame there. Dodgily. Dodgily? Is that a word? I keep doing that. I'm coming out with words tonight where I'm questioning, is that a word? Okay. We've annotated the glass frame. We know where that's going to be. This is really bloody awkward. If I actually change the colour of the annotation from blue, because that is the exact same colour, pretty much the exact same colour as the bloody trim for this room. That's really annoying. So let's change the annotation to... There we go. At least that's a little bit more visible now. I know that's a very lurid, lucid blue. It's very glarish. Or garish. Garish? 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 You know, that horrible on the eyes. But it stands out and it's nice and clear for the lighting purposes. So, the lights for this one... Right. Okay, so we're going to have a seating area. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, that's hidden. I was going to say, why is the oxygen thing hidden? It's because it's literally within the lip of the wall, modular wall piece. check the ceiling as well. Okay, that's perfect. Just what I had in mind. Okay. Right, so what I've got planned for this one is we'll have a nice light here. Have one here. If I can draw it correctly. My sugar alarm is bleeping, so I need to move my ass up. 9:07. I should be able to have these lights done within half hour, then I can stop for a break to eat, and then see if I could maybe do another 2 hours of modelling, because the lighting would have been done, and then we can move on to creating the props for the environment. Okay, so this is the atrium. So corner seating here. Maybe not do the light as large as that. We'll have to see when we've modelled it. We'll see how large the scale of it could be. Now I know that for the office, I borrowed some lighting because it's suitable and justifiable as to why we're using a different lighting that doesn't match the circularness. Anyway, that's yeah, that's perfectly good. I'm just curious, actually, just going into here, do we have any... Yeah, no, all good. Right, if we have the circular lighting, because I thought it would be nice to have some kind of corner seating for this section here. And then it's interesting, isn't it? Like the way I've modelled this, I started with the floors, the walls, the ceilings, the pipework, and it's almost like now that we've modelled it to scale, it's like I can model the props to fit the environment, which is, it's a strange way of working, but it's nice because I also need to have them suitable for navigating the area. So it's actually really nice that I've done it that way. Anyway, large downlit lighting here. So the atrium's meant to be a chill out and a meeting space. So we need to think about any particular storage units as well. If I have a look at my prop list, the atrium has chest containers, water dispenser, table, sofa slash bench, a bench, and chairs. So why would we have a table in the atrium? Where would the table go? Where would a table go? Corner bench there. I definitely want the bench, the corner seating, or sofa, corner sofa for this section. And then could have one here. Oh my god, dude. I can't draw today. Circle. Circle. I feel that's going to illuminate the area very nicely. Because what I was going to go for with the atrium lighting, it's meant to be like a meeting area within the space station. So it's meant to be calm, not a work environment. So the lighting for this area could be limited in that sense. So I feel like if we had those lighting, bearing in mind that those panels, the wall panels in this area are translucent. So, bearing that in mind, if I was to have the lighting as dimmer to the rest of the level, that light, no matter how dim it is, with the panels being translucent, the light should pass through, and that should be enough lighting basically. And I can keep with the consistency of having this circular lighting without having to borrow the lighting from the other sectors. So I feel like that is gonna look really, really nice. Yeah, I feel that's enough. I don't feel like we need one for this front section. Or do we? Maybe we should. Or do we? Because here we've got a gap. We've got a gap. Lighting, 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 lighting. Gap. And we're going to have lighting from the corridor. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do you know what I just thought would be really, really suspenseful? Oh my god. I could control... Oh my god. I could get the AI to change the light. I could get the lighting to change as the AI robot is chasing the player. So if they're running away from the player... Oh my god, the code involved in that would be tricky. But, oh my god, that would... It's like in the horror films. You know when people... I'm disrespecting Archimedes. What are you on about? I'm disrespecting Archimedes. You know in the horror films where there's that cliche of people are running away from the scary person in the film, and the typical cliche of they're running down a narrow corridor, and as they're running away, the light behind or in front of them is like dimming. So like the light in front of them, it does that flicker and then it turns off. Oh my god, I could literally have the lights, where the player is running away from the AI, I could have the lights in front of them like flicker and then turn off. And it almost as if the AI is controlling the light, because they are rogue AI robots. So they could very well be manipulating the electricity on the ship and manipulating the lights. Oh my god, dude, that would literally be so terrifying. Oh, and genius as well. Absolute genius. That's just genius. What were you saying about Archimedes? Where was I disrespecting Archimedes? At what point? I know... Let's have a quick Google of Archimedes, because I know he was to do with architecture. Or... mathematician. In what way have I disrespected him, Long Arm? Enlighten me. Okay, right, let's model this light. Everything fits within a panel, the ceiling panels, so I feel like this is going to look quite nice. I feel this is going to be really nice. Okay, so we're going to go for a... Oh, actually... Oh, this is interesting. You know how I've been using cubes for the majority of the lights. The office I use torus. Now, the circular lights, although a torus would be good, I'm going to try doing this with a cube. The curves. I'm going to try something different here. There we go. So, I now have my kind of curved light. What I'm going to do basically yeah, okay. I think you guys are going to like what I've got planned here. So I've done my cut, so what I want to do now oh dude, that planet looks so freaking good. What we want to do is we're going to be adding a kind of plate. Oh my god, I need to check my sugars. Give me one sec, guys. We're almost done. Literally, once I've made one of these, I'll just dupe it and place into position. Long arm, I'm still curious what you meant by I'm disrespecting our comedies. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on, let's get serious. I need to know what you mean. Archimedes. Let's go. Come on. Oh my god. Right, so if I... extrude size don't do the Y. There we go. So go 1 point. We go 1.5. 1 point. Let's go 1.3. 1.3. Extrude size shift Y 1.3. Extrude size shift X 1.3. Extrude size shift X 1.3. And lovely. So now what we're going to do, we're top down at the moment, we're going to select these sections and we're going to extrude. Hold on. That was inset. Inset 2. Inset 2. What we want to do with that inset 2 we want to scale that on the Y by 0.5 maybe. There we go. So now we've got all of our faces to a nice size, and then we're going to extrude. Ten centimeters. And that's basically the bits that are going to connect them to the ceiling. mate, I feel like I'm going cross-eyed. Why do I feel like I'm going cross-eyed? My eyes feel like they're going cross-eyed. God, that's really weird. Okay. Right, we're going to do something cool here. You remember the colour theme for the atrium? What we're going to do... You're going to like this, guys. You're going to like this a lot. Right. Moment of truth. Okay, I think what I might need to do is bring that whole section down. I can bring that down, but that's perfectly touching the ceiling, so if we can actually delete those top faces. And then what we need to do with those is basically bring them down because they're a little bit too raised for the light bulb. So we need to bring that down so it's basically closer. What is going on there? Individual origins. Hmm. Oh my god. Oh, I can't see a bloody thing, guys. We're working in the dark. Um. Hmm. Have I gone too funky with the design on this one? I think I have. I think I've kind of mucked up a little bit. I think I've gone a bit too funky with this one. Yeah, I think I've gone too funky. I know what to do. I think I overcomplicated it as... I know what I'm going to do with this one. I don't know why I did what I did. I think I was just trying to do something different. Alright. Instead of being a fancy tart, what I'm going to try and do here is... There we go, something that's... I think I was just trying to make it look to... God, my eyes, honestly, guys, I don't know what's happened to my eyes. I feel like I'm... You know when you go cross-eyed? My eyes feel like they have the feeling like I've tried to make them go cross-eyed. Really weird. Maybe that's a sign I need to stop the stream after I've positioned this one. I mean, I have been going pretty much 5 hours, and we have got all of the lights. We've modelled a planet. We've done quite a lot this stream. The lights are like one of the most important things for this game, because it's really going to set the set the whole atmosphere. You know, the light from the planet, the lights throughout the level, the lights emitted from the the patrolling robots, and the plan that I've got with the lights to be controlled by the AI, like, if that's possible. Like, I mean, I know it's possible. It's just the complexity of that is going to be next level. But if I can pull it off, my God, is it really going to set the immersion? Like, it's gonna be next level, like proper next level. Exciting times. Right, we've deleted the face we don't need. What would you call that bulb? It's like it's there's a word for that kind of bulb, isn't there? What is the word for that bulb? What I've created there, it's like you've got the... What is the word for that? There is a word for that type of bulb, guys. I do feel like for this level, like, I don't know, there's something about the chrome and that type of bulb. I don't know. I just know it looks freaking awesome. Right, so actually, you know what? The size of that, considering this area there's going to be seats, I feel like that's a decent size. I don't feel like I need to change the size of that. Let's just tilde. I feel like that's a really good size. I really don't feel that needs to be... Let's do it without the object selected. Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it already. Right. Guys, we've got the lighting done. That is... We can scroll through this. Now the reason those lights aren't showing as red is because all of the faces, because this particular light, because that particular light is it's like a... Oh, there's a word for that. Yeah, ring light. Thanks, Awen. Welcome to the stream, by the way, dude. Yeah, ring light. That's the perfect way to describe it. I couldn't think of the name for that type of light. So because that is a ring light and the whole thing needs to have all the faces kind of showing, all of the other bulbs are, or lights are, they've got that chrome plate and they're kind of, you know, within that thing. Whereas this is the only area where it's different. So when we go top down, you can clearly see all of the lights are the red blocks. If I turn on the ceiling, yeah. So that's obviously where we've deleted the faces that we don't need to save on the tries. But I mean, I really like that. Let's see how it looks. So if we turn on the ceilings, we'll do a fly through. I'm not going to walk through. We'll just do a fly through. So start. Actually, yeah. So starting. If I can walk within the areas, but at the moment I go on the door, it's going to put me on the ceiling. So. We'll walk through. So this is the hub lighting. So you're going to get a... I don't know how long you've been with me, Awen, but I'll show you what I've done. So we've got the square lights for the hub. And then if we go through to science, well, the corridors have these long, thin vertical lights that will go all the way down. Science has the similar lights but slightly wider, as you can see. And then if we go into maintenance, they're basically the same lights that are in the hub. These were the ones I did first, the maintenance lights. So I've kind of used the same lights for the hub. And then if we go into the atrium, which we just did, we've got these ring lights. So the atrium's meant to be like the the meeting place, the chill out place for members of the space station. So it's meant to be this is going to be dimly lit to be, and there's going to be sofas and things, so it is very much a chill out space. That's what I was going for with the atrium lighting. And then the office lighting, we have these two large dome-like lights at both ends, and then the in-between sections are smaller versions of that, half the scale. And then round the back we have borrowed the lights from the science area, only 3 of them, and this wall section is going to have the storage units for the office sector. So we've this whole session, this whole 5 hours, the first, I think, hour, maybe hour and a half. It was either an hour or 2 hours modelling the planet. I think it was about an hour and a half. But this whole stream, we've done all of the lights. We've got them looking really nice. They're all the same height as well. Pretty sure with, if I go to, actually I need to just check the atrium. Where is the atrium? Those lights should be the same height. Actually, no, they will be fine. That should be a fine height for the player. If I do need to make them slightly longer, but I think if I just check. If we were to select one of those lights and one of these lights and go in there and go top down. Okay, so this one goes down to 1 bar on there, and this one goes down to 2. Now, I don't actually mind that, because I can make it so that the lights, the player, you know, if the lights for whatever reason did touch the capsule collider of the player in Unreal, I can make it so that the lights overlap the player so they don't block the player movement. And I quite like that these are 1 unit lower, so they actually extrude further from the ceiling because of the style of light they are. I don't mind that at all. But every other light is consistent, so if I was to select this one and this one, for example, and go into here and go front on, you can see they are both exactly one unit. Everything is consistent. Now, Awen, like I say, I don't know how long you've been with me. Let me just show you the planet I've modelled. So this, I wanted to have a planet outside. I've mentioned it quite a few times throughout the modelling of this project. I wanted to have, for the maintenance area, you can see here, the whole idea was this red planet, kind of like Mars. but similar, like the design of it, I wanted to make it look a bit like the moon. So it's like the colour of Mars, but the craters and things of the moon. And then I've added these kind of fissures or crevice ravines within the planet. So this light is gonna illuminate this side of the ship. It's gonna be really, really cool. But anyway, I think I'm gonna have to call the stream there for this evening, guys, because I need to eat. I've not eaten yet, and hold on. What's going on there then? Oh, it's because I've turned off that. I was wondering. I was like, why are they not? Yeah, the overlays. Okay, right. I'm gonna call the stream there, guys. I've done the lighting. I've done a planet. Amazing stream. I'm super happy with the progress. That means that the things remaining for this, the modelling wise on this project, is all of the props for the different areas. We need to model the central HUD device, which is where the player will rescue creatures. So we need to model that. All the props for the different sectors. I need to create... I'm probably going to do decals for the signage, I think. So I need to do signage, so Sector A, Sector B, C, D. That I've done signage before. I've done decals before in the Unreal Engine, so I think that's probably how I'm going to tackle the signage. And then what else do we have? So we've got signage, we've got the props, the HUD in the middle of the section, pipe brackets, so just brackets for the pipes where the pipes are travelling along the ceiling. We need to create a little bracket for those. I wasn't going to have buttons on the wall, but I would like to have some kind of panels for the walls. So maybe one or two of the walls we can manipulate or extrude and create some kind of panel looking devices, because you do kind of have that on spaceships and stuff. So some kind of panels, not all of them, but in a few different areas we can have that. And the most important thing to model is the 4 different containers, the searchable containers that the player will have to search through to find these space creatures. But it is all really, really exciting, and I'm super excited about the idea I came up with the robots being able to kind of appear as if they're controlling the lighting when the player is running away from them, which will really, really, really build on the immersion, like massively. I'm super excited about that. If you enjoyed the stream, guys, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch so you can stay up to date. If you want to see any of the previous game dev streams I've done, you can check out my YouTube below. I've got videos for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any of the games I've made, I've got my itch channel below. The most recent one is Sword and Scourge, a medieval RPG. Thank you for joining me tonight, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in the next stream.